Okay, back from lunch break, and I can see the Reaper has joined us at last. Since the last time we continued. Dude must have also taken a break. Alright, this is it. We've completed Ultima Thule. We will sit through the credits. Monkey here is top notch. Let's do this. We're fortunate this place can support life, albeit barely. I suspect given the torpid, stale quality of the air. But never mind that. We must find Thancred. Let's begin our search from the prow of the ship. It seems as good as a direction as any. Try not to stray too far lest we lose sight of one another. I don't know if they tweaked the brightness a bit. This place used to be really dark. For system. No, yeah, like this place used to be really dark. Oh. I mean, I can summon a mount, but what would I summon here? I know I'm like, oh, I bring Midgard somewhere anywhere I don't really have a mount, but... You know... Oh, which one? The traveling supporter. Alright, I'm not... There. Okay, quick explanation. The Lockfords brought their own robots aboard for traveling means. That's why I have the supporter. So I can fly. I remember being here for the first time, seeing the dragons, and then realizing that this is Omega technology. Ruins, but of what, I wonder? Perhaps we can find something to help us understand the nature of this place. A relic, an inscription, anything. Let's see. The metallic pillar has been partially melted, likely some time in the distant past. Damage does not appear to be inflicted deliberately, rather, calls to mind the indiscriminate construction often wrought in the heat of battle. Look here, this part is relatively intact. The intricate design on top suggests that it's man-made, though its builders were surely not men as we conceived them. Having said that, I swear I've seen this pattern before. No, I'm gonna stick with this one. The other one has like a little song you can do. I thought this hill might afford a better view of our surroundings. A poor decision in hindsight. Besides, the light from the ship is all shrouded in darkness. If that grid is here, I'd never know it. From what I can tell, we are at the edge of an island. You can call it that. Surrounded by floating debris. Meow. Nose itchy. Were you able to find anything? Unfortunately, no. As I feared, there's still no trace of Thancred. There's nothing here but emptiness as far as the eye can see, which unfortunately isn't very far. Although I can't help but suspect that someone or something is here. There are times when I sense it drawing close and then a chill washes over me, leaving me exhausted. Leaving me with feelings of death and anguish. Huh? What do you mean? Yeah, I see something over there. What are you talking about? There's nothing there. Huh? What do you mean? Before we jump to any conclusions, perhaps we should search elsewhere. Agreed. We've only found more questions than we've only found more questions when we are in desperate need of answers. There's a fair stretch of terrain from the ship's port side we've yet to explore. Let's try searching there then. Now, a word before we join the others. Now, and a word before we join the others, all the way over here. You see them too, don't you? The dragons. Yeah? As I thought, the presence is tenuous at best, but there's no mistaking it. No doubt your bond with Midgard somewhere in mind with Nidhogg is what allows us to perceive them. Could these apparitions be related to dragons that now live on Aetheris? But it leaves such a conjecture to the others. In any case, we must be careful. We may soon find dragons they can see as well. Death and anguish. What happened to them, I wonder? Meow.
Dragons? Here?
What you see is a memory of a world that once was. A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
Our friend Thancred. Where is he?
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not? Oh yes. He is here and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words. Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist. In like manner to the oblivion I send, I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed. Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word. Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade. Into a place you can perceive, and where life can endure.
Shh.
That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business. Huh?
It's futile. You will never reach the true me. I told you, emotions dictate reality in this space.
Shh.
Such changes as you might work will not alter in its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Meteion holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
So, this is Thancred. Soul without body, a form of being which we are not wholly unfamiliar. Indeed, for we existed in a similar state when residing in the first. The circumstances are rather more dire than that, 'tis true, but I choose to believe he is not forever lost to us. Regardless, in sacrifice he hath afforded us a chance to prevail. Let us not squander it, and ascertain the nature of this realm that we might confront and defeat Meteion. Stinian, Naren, would you accompany me in speaking with these dragons? Mayhap they can enlighten us. I'll ask the rest of you to survey these surroundings. If there is a path that may lead us to our quarry, we must find it. Very well, we can reconvene here when everyone is finished. Meteion said the dragons are shadow and shade from a world whose denizens sought oblivion. As such, they are not like to amenable to company, let alone conversation, so please, be careful. Let us split up and gather what knowledge we may. A visitor, not of the star. Could thy slender hands bring plague to our world? Thy breath extinguish life's feeble flame. Oh, how we adore thee. Oh, how would we adore thee. Alas, with our time our flesh shall wither, our souls fade, and so we wait for its inexorable march into oblivion. If thou art not come to hasten our demise, I bid leave us. We crave not companionship, only silence. Beyond that distant veil, paradise lost. So glorious, so beautiful. We were a proud and noble race, strength embodied. We knew only love before they came. Metal monstrosities of black and silver. No bonds of blood did they share, no conviction did they have to guide them. A crushing defeat, never have we known such shame. Stilled now are the winds, though none could ever fill these wings burdened by ignominy. We fly no more, only sink into oblivion. Thou wouldst bid me speak? Folly. I observe the lesser of stone. I shall not fly, nor speak, nor roar. Only watch and wait, and end. But one sight yet stirreth my blood, tempteth me to raise my voice in lamentation. Knoll, the cradle of unsung dragons. No words, no songs are possessed of the weight they describe such tragedy. Go if that be thy will, I shall remain. Did you hear as well, did they? It's described to me as the source of their woes and proof of their end. I think I'm beginning to see why. It's a hatching ground, or was. I've seen similar on Aetheris. When God so was kind, must have once lived and thrived in a place such as this. Beatrice said his father was driven from their ancestral home by war and strife. Then is this the fate of those who remained? Let's have a look around. Maybe the eggs have more to tell what happened here. Inside the shattered egg, you find the remains of an unborn dragon. The body has already begun to decompose. The gelatinous, half-dried membrane covering the corpse suggested it failed to emerge. A murky liquid has pooled inside this egg. Noxious odor is indicative of contamination. Gingerly lifting a large egg from the viscous mire, you peer inside and see a formless mass soaking in a pool of embryonic fluid. Your stomach turns as you return the egg to its resting place. It appears to have been broken from the inside out. Perhaps the dragonette within succeeded in hatching. What's this? Not all the eggs have been ruined. If the dragonette was indeed hatched, there's no sign of it here, or its sire for that matter. If you look for them, over the cliff tops, all sorts of the plains. Ow. Sorry, little one. It's gotta be put down. The boisterous howling hath been quieted. By thy hand, I presume. Everything alright? I thought I heard a dragon or something resembling one. It was a malformed hatchling. It attacked me. I see that's what happened here. Was that your child? Perhaps some eggs within Alm Knoll are indeed mine. If the life within one did quicken, the beast thou hast slain may be of my blood. And I do not recognize it, twisted and malformed as it is. Not a dragon in truth, but a reminder of failure, a testament to our shame. Explain. They descended from the heavens, cold, heartless machines, and with them rode war and death. With fire and fury, rage and rancor, we gave answer. 'Twas a long and bloody battle, but only the beginning. Untold chaos and destruction swept over the star. In the end, the invaders were victorious. Yet when they looked upon their prize, they deemed it unfit for requisition, where we were abandoned to our ruin. The survivors sought to put away their shame, to rebuild, a futile effort. In purest soil replete with ether did we once cultivate our nesting grounds, but our lands were barren, and any eggs nurtured in such desolation were fated to rot. But few survived to hatch, emerged as abominations. Shall have no new progeny. There are dragons among you capable of journeying into other stars. That there are, many would make the attempt, each bearing a clutch of eggs. The richest stars were home to the harshest rulers, and the arrival of dragons incited contests for supremacy. When the fires faded, the wars lost and won, they too were reduced to ash and waste. 'Tis a curse upon those who seek life, to be drawn into conflict, to conquer or be conquered. A vicious cycle we now choose to break. We tire of conflict, of everything. We wait now in sweet, merciless silence, free from strife and suffering, still as stone. Wait, you claim your kind is doomed, but there is another star. They want to only brood in silence, to be left alone with the grief until time itself comes to an end. A sole reward for senseless bloodshed. A pain I understand, and wish that I did not. What fools we were. But now isn't the time for such thoughts. The others want to hear what we've learned. Come. Were you able to establish any meaningful contact with the dragons? I see. They wish to escape what they perceive to be a cycle of conflict. Thank you, Niran, Astinian. As for our part, I believe we more accurately aware of the confines from before. We started traversing the perimeter of the island to see if there might be a path leading off it. Sadly, there was nothing to be found. There's no small amount of debris floating about. Could be enough to serve as a bridge to lead us elsewhere. I considered that too, and so I tried throwing a stone into a potential platform to judge its integrity, but it never reached its mark, as it crossed an invisible threshold just beyond the boundaries of this island. It vanished, only to reappear above me and fall at my feet. I would not be quick to presume, but that what we see outside this space is as it appears. Which is why I returned to the Ragnarok and asked the Lockforts to search for a potential path. However, the ship's instruments failed to provide conclusive data on the surrounding area. Until we know more, I think it's too risky to attempt flying to another island. What Meteion told us before, that emotions dictate reality here, might be the key, but I'm not entirely sure what emotion might manifest a bridge to lead us to safety. So what you're saying is, we've no way forward. At present, it is indeed emotion that governs this island. Perhaps it is not Meteons, but the dragons that hold us here. They tire of conflict and have chosen a path to avoid the path of oblivion to escape it. Or rather, they have chosen no path at all, meaning there is no way for the dragons or anyone here on this island to advance. Sorry, I'm simultaneously looking for something. I had seen it the other day, and now I cannot find it, and that bothers me. A sound theory, disheartening though it may be. If that is the case, what recourse do we have? They are not like to be persuaded to help us. Their reasoning is built on a history of turmoil and strife. Without irrefutable proof, there is no future. Without irrefutable proof, the future is not as bleak as they believe to be. Ah, there we go. Mayhap persuasion is not the answer. Meteion meant to unmake us then and there on the Ragnarok. She would have succeeded if not for Thancred's determination. She conceded it was strong enough to overpower the despair that otherwise rules Ultima Thule and reshape it to a degree. Perhaps it can be done again in like manner, by overpowering the prevailing emotions. 'Twas Ultima Thule's architect, Meteion herself, against whom Thancred did pit himself in a clash of wills. Though I marked no leader among them, as such I did chance to encounter a dragon possesseth a despair far more potent than most. Potent enough, mayhap, to dictate the course for others, and thus their domain to follow. He spoke but few words, carefully chosen, their tone and timbre alone threatening to rend my heart in twain. Challenging his desire to remain may allow us to alter the island upon which we stand. Alas, I fear my vaunted rhetoric availed me not against this calcifying heart, but mayhap one of you will fare better? Perhaps. Then I shall guide thee. All End, they call him. Get it? In dragon tongue, thou wilt find him nearby, eyes fixed upon the water. Well, what have we got to lose? Let's get going. Stinian?
He remaineth as he was when I first approached, entombed in melancholy.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this.
So... waiting to die like all the others, are you?
Our pride crushed and our souls corrupted. The winds are stilled, and the heavens offer no comfort. There is nothing left for our kind. Our long lives a curse as we wait the end. Still a stone, we shall become.
So you say. Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the Expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all.
Our king on another star. And yet, upon thee do I smell the blood of my brethren. Were they drawn into discord and war on their new home?
They were.
Shh.
They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind.
It mattereth not whither we fly. Ever will a sanguine ocean await us. Ever will retribution's wheel turn. And so, on my last of my pride as a dragon, I break free from this wheel. I renounce conflict, exiling myself from the other, never again to be touched by the flames of hatred.
Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might still be alive. Yet lasting peace does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict. No, you must be willing to confront it, to stare into the face of your foe, and see yourself in him. Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life. There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity. And after everything we've endured, we will not let you stop us.
Estinian!
Stay back!
We tire of war. We tire of turmoil. Dignity tarnished, crimson stained. Our misery, our shame, too much to bear. Release us from war, from life.
I see. Theirs is the emotion that bars our way. The rest is up to you.
No! Not Estinian too!
There's a wind.
He's opened the way for us. Sacrificed himself to remake this place, like Thancred did.
Oh, Alphino.
Come. Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray. He would not.
Yeah, let's. Thank you, Estinian, for giving us away. Look there, the wind. This is Estinian's doing, I'm sure of it. Well, we should ride its flow and see where it leads. Whoa! Wow! A powerful gale has delivered you to another island. The other siren should arrive before long. He did it. He found us a way forward for us. The dragons remain trapped within the prison of their own making, lamenting the horrors of war. Destiny knew them better than most. He was a man of honor and a dear friend, willing to fight for the very end for what he believed was right. And he's still fighting Alphino, just like Thancred. Their sacrifices are why we can survive here, why we still have a chance to stop her. Even in spirit, they're unwilling to give in to despair, and we mustn't either. Alize is right, we must press on, for their sake. Yeah. As Stola and Alice said, we must continue. Notice the change in our surroundings. Perhaps this is a memory of another and altogether different world. It would be prudent to learn more of them then. Tread carefully, lest we lose our footing on the sand. Yeah, I wouldn't want to fall into that. Well, not that. That infinite white void. Also, Chi up in 15. Alright, making sure no one was actually shouting that in the chat. Were it not for the violet crystal embedded in its surface, would appear as an ordinary stone. A curious script have been etched upon them. Alas, it is not a language with which I am familiar. I cannot say I recognize it either. Nor I. The dragons form, from what I recall, preserve their knowledge in song and eschew the written word entirely. So we may assume this is the work of another race, one we have yet to encounter. Meteion claimed the dragons would suffer a slow death, seeking the release of oblivion. But life we find, like as not, doth wend its way towards a similar end. What do you suppose that is over there? I hope you mean the spire structure and not the creatures wandering about. I'm not sure, it's hard to make out a distance, but it seems to be about the same crystals as this monument. I mean, there's a chance we may find whoever built them both. We should go and have a look. Come on. Hail, travelers. This is a most unexpected occurrence. Oh, hello, this your home? Indeed it is. Ah, forgive me. I had forgotten an exchange of introductions is expected when first meeting those with whom one is unacquainted. Boop. Bloop. When the vibration of vocal folds, still required to convey our thoughts and intention, Aya, I believe, was the pronunciation used when referring to our people. Though it is not entirely applicable given yet our present state, yet you are welcome to this appellation. As for nomenclature to address my individual person, I believe it would be pronounced Kupkuj. Yes, Kupkuj of the Aya. We have encountered beings that communicate intimately through thought, but never one that is wholly without voice. I presume we are having this conversation via the medium of ether, or dynamis, as the space is fused with vast quantities of it. Fascinating in either case. I gather your response to my presence is positive then. That as well, for there is something I wish to ask of you. Like yourselves, we Aya are ether-based life forms. Therefore, it may be surmised that your bodies are a comparable biology composition to those we once possessed. I have several number of queries regarding your subjective perception of the five senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. In total, I prepared 198,712,180,827. Wow, I can't believe I read that correctly. That's rather odd, isn't it? Ah, my apologies. I have omitted great many details necessary to understanding the nature of my request. Though we dispensed with our corporeal vessels long ago, we have rediscovered a need for the flesh, and have endeavored to recreate our erstwhile forms. However, all pertinent records have been lost due to passage of time. Take, for example, the nervous system. It is well within our power to recreate, but we have no frame of reference for sensations once experienced by our people, which may compromise our ability to interact with our physical environment. And the reason you need to regain corporeal forms? Why, to bring an end to our existence, of course. Duh. Though need perhaps is too strong a word, it would be a simple matter to unmake ourselves through use of etheric exsanguinators, but such a death seems inadequate. The traditionalists among us believe proper death requires an inescapable sense of impertinence in one's final moments, an experience found only with the bodies of flesh. What are you looking at me for? I ain't giving him my body. We should very much like to hear more of your plans. In exchange, we will answer any questions you have to the best of our ability. Such an exchange of information would indeed prove useful. Sloop. Very well. To ensure efficacious exchange, I hereby invite you to our home. Yes, the abode of the Aya, where we traditionalists prepare for our demise. Resume your consent to answer questions is indicative of tacit approval of our plans. Sorry, I said tactic. Tacit is the word. Tacit. In which case, your cooperation is greatly appreciated. I must caution you, however, be mindful of the Aya wandering the desert. Their desire for bodies of flesh could be described as overzealous. Now, if you would follow me. This is going rather smoothly, not that I'm complaining mind. Even so, we mustn't forget that aim is oblivion, much like the dragons. Though I fail to see why a civilization so seemingly advanced would choose to unmake all they have created. Anyway, we will find no answer dallying here. Let us be on our way. You know, I could have just teleported here. Oh well. Welcome to our abode. Most of our compeers you will find remain idle in their domiciles, though your quizzical expressions indicate my phrasing is unclear. I speak, of course, of the violet crystalline constructs hanging from the stone structures there. You say they remain idle, but what of your work to regain your corporeal forms, bodies? An astute question, and understandable given your finite nature. We have no desire to pursue our research, for it is no longer necessary. If, in our idleness, we are struck by sudden inspiration, we rise to pursue said inspirations to a conclusion. That is why I present to your arrival, and why I continue to engage with you still. But while others are now currently in a motile state, I rest assured they will not object when you disturb their respite. You need only cast your thoughts towards one of the crystalline domiciles to communicate. Oh, right. I was wondering what this button was, but it's literally for me yelling at people to use the limit break. Because some runs of Zeromus Extreme could be saved if they DPS did the limit break, but they just kept hanging on to it, and then we hit the enrage timer. You cast your thoughts toward the crystalline domicile, but there is no response. You wish to speak? Very well. Pray a moment if you would. Why we seek our end, you ask? If you wish to know, I will tell you. Just a moment, I must remember. What form did I take when I was last emerged? The strange morning comes and goes, but soon fades into silence. Sploosh. Did your inquiries yield satisfactory responses? A couple answered. Ah, I see. If they fail to answer, then it's likely because their minds have unraveled due to prolonged idleness. They are not but concentrated either now. Or not. There are no others who have no need for the lodgings, as they will not prove a hindrance to remain as they are. But more importantly, you said some few did answer your request for an audience, yes? I imagine they will be with us ere long. I've had no luck, but everyone else failed well enough. Quite a few Aya have awakened. Ah, there they are. May I introduce you to Lalok, Didik, and Nenej. Hello, hello. It has been too long, Kukuj. I dare say Sadir 4 has since completed an orbit. Indeed, until travelers brought it to my attention, I didn't know how unraveled some had become. Travelers? Ah, of course, the ones who wish to know why we seek to regain corporeal forms. The truth of the matter is plain as you see the neighboring systems, but my singular account would fail to satisfy the requirements for scientific objectivity. Does I bid them awaken you? Oh, right. They all have the same voice, I guess. Or, no, I guess not. Am I the only one who's struggling to tell who's speaking? Nay, they are not. In absence of corporeal forms, the divergence they afford may have such similarity in voice is unavoidable. So I guess they're all the same voices. By the way, Kupkuch, have you already observed the requisite custom for travelers? One which is expected to undo when receiving guests, a matter of proper form? Whoop. Ah, yes, it has been so long I have completely escaped my mind, and still does. What was it again? I can't seem to remember. Woo. Neither do I. Pity. I was hoping you would. Perhaps we can search the archives for the answer. Come now, Ninedge. The archives have long been frozen, lest we subject ourselves to further dolor. Surely you can recall that much. Ah, of course, food. The custom is to serve food. Beings of flesh such as are, they must regularly replenish their ether. By contributing to their replenishment, we may communicate our friendly intention. That's right, that's right. We duly invite you to join us in communal repast, after which we may engage in leisurely conversation. If we have a chance to learn something, then I see no reason to decline. Excellent. If you would care to follow, we shall feast you on the purest ether. The facilities where we replenish our ether, there was no particular name for it, but we traditionally sometimes use the word restaurant. Now then, if you wish to take your place with your comrades, the space will soon be awash with the purest ether. Please absorb as much as you like. You brace yourself for the rush of sweet, sweet ether. But nothing seems to happen. Perhaps you need to wait a little longer. You brace yourself again. But again, nothing seems to happen. Just as expected, as meticulously as one might recreate the Air's home, this is Ultima Thule. One cannot simply generate ether here. As recreations, our friends are oblivious to this fact, to the very truth of their existence, much like the phantoms of the recreated Amarot. However appearances may seem, we must ever be mindful that it's the memories of the dead with whom we deal. So, did you have your fill of ether? Alas, we couldn't absorb it. A deficiency in our forms, it would seem. Oh, how very unfortunate. May I ask how you normally replenish your ether? We eat. With our mouths. Through your mouths, you say? How very primitive and quaint. To think that their mouths serve not only to expel sound, but draw in sustenance besides. Such lifeforms have long since vanished from our systems. Though we regrettably could not partake of your magnificent feast, rest assured we feel your welcome most keenly. In the course of acquainting ourselves with your sophisticated ways, however, we could not but fail to wonder wherefore you do wish to obtain vessels of flesh and then vanish. Will you not favor us with an explanation? Your flesh and blood beings are always so hasty. It does have its charm, however. Very well. We shall indulge you. In the beginning, when the Ea yet possessed corporeal bodies, our ancestors dedicated themselves to the purest of knowledge and the technological advancement. By transcending all limitations, we believed we would eliminate sorrow and abide in true happiness. From the tangible, such as land, to the intangible, such as labor, there exist myriad hindrances to progress. But the most confining of all was the flesh itself. Our natural lifespan was distressingly middling, you see. Too short to enjoy unhurried lives, yet too long to be considered disposable. Furthermore, to simply maintain the integrity of our bodies demanded considerable resources. But we managed to solve this problem. After long years, we discovered how to become non-corporeal entities with everlasting lives, untroubled by the failures of flesh. Thus changed, we had more free time and freedom to continue our scientific pursuits. We went on to make ever greater strides in our quest to transcend all limitations, until we finally decided to challenge the last of them all, the limit of knowledge. That is to say, deciphering the laws of creation. We sought to discover how the universe came into being and explain all extant phenomenon, and then to predict the future. If we could but achieve this, we believed we would be free from uncertainty and anxiety. And did you find the answers you sought? Yes, we did. Our efforts revealed to us a fundamental truth. Knowledge of said truth is essential for a continuation of our conversation. If you would learn more, we will share it with you. No, we mustn't. Primitive as they are unspeakably cruel to deprive them. It would be unspeakably cruel to deprive them of their ignorance. They are possessed of corporeal forms. Their lives readily ended. And those who have gone before, it is not our duty to warn them. What thinkest thou? We had deliberated and come to a consensus. If you are resolved to know, we will disclose you the truth we discovered, the truth of the universe. Seek us at the stone pillars just outside the bounds of the abode, a place called Hydaelyn. A fundamental truth. We will hear it, of course. Let us learn what has led such an enlightened people to this intolerant end. Ere we join the air, there is one trifling matter I would fain investigate. Therein, Grahatia, might I trouble you for your assistance? But of course. My thanks. We shall head outside the abode if you would kindly follow me. I know not what mischief you are plotting, Urianger, but I trust you have our best interests at heart. The rest of us shall go on ahead to Hydaelyn. Lest you worry, we won't start without you. Yes, Urianger, what is it? Aye, this place shall serve. Is it the spring you wish to investigate? Pray forgive me, my friends, but there is naught to investigate. 'Twas but a pretense to speak in private. You have our undivided attention. As we have established here in Ultima Thule, those denizens of ruined stars are recreated in the twilight days. Yet one question doth arise in my mind. So faithfully formed are these simulacra, they believe themselves yet amongst the living. How does thou suppose this is possible? Meteion made contact with them while they still lived? Of course! She must have visited the stars of the dragons of the air before either race perished in their entirety. Thus could she make their emotions her own, and with them create more faithful simulacra that she had relied on a historical account. So too did I theorize, and upon that assumption consider how those two races may have met their demise. According to thine own tale, Meteion perceiveth the emotions of those nearby as her own, a heightened sense of empathy intrinsic to her nature as an entelechy. In the course of her starfaring journey, she encountered beings who strongly desired the cessation of their existence. She would be powerless before that desire. Even as she possesseth the power to grant it, even as she possesseth the power of Dynamis. 'Tis my supposition that, overwhelmed by their longing for death, Meteion did unleash Dynamis and ushered the dragons and the air unto their doom. Of course, such was not always the outcome, for many stars did she find already lost to ruin. In order to create a terminus, however, the fervent desire for the end is essential. Therefore, should you struggle to find the way forward, pray ask yourselves this. In the place where you stand, who is the soul that yearneth most desperately for oblivion? Why do you tell us this now? Ne'er again would I betray your trust. This pledge I did make to my comrades. In bringing thee into my confidence, I would remain true to my word. Thanks, Ariange. As for thee, let us consider it my fitting reward for the secrets I harbored for the Crystal Exarch. I once placed my faith in thy chosen path, walking at thy side, full knowing that we were bound for thy demise. I ask now that thou returnest the favor, and abide in faith as I fulfill mine own destiny. If you say my doubt has come too, how am I to refuse? 'Tis indelicate of me, I know full well. I can but beg thy forgiveness. Yet even if I must needs go to such length, I cannot well feign ignorance of the answer I have found within. The answer to the question, in what moment might I stand strongest? After all that we've been through, I will only say this. Do what you must. Do what you must, and see your conviction through. I shall, my friend. I shall. Without further ado, then, let us go join our comrades. Graha, let us be off to Egalea. Oh, you're an A rank. Seems everyone is accounted for. Shall we then? I believe this is voiced. I'm going to drink my water now.
Please continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
Very well. Bear in mind, however, that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not. We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world. We acknowledge with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb III. As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand. Having remained entirely in the bounds of your star, the phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. But this expansion has since continued unabated. Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies. Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter into an eternal ice age. In hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous, we scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it. Beneath the weight of this knowledge, our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort. Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost. No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir. Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility. Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators. Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls, though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture. Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish. If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge. Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion. In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the air. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
Y'shtola, no! You mustn't!
The most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, 'tis when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow. The universe may end, and all may be for naught, but I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge, and no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all. But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you, and we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
Keep calm, and listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it. Azim's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't, for it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic. We came here knowing what victory may cost, so press on. Press on, and do not look back.
I shall join thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
Riange.
My resolve hath never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey. And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality. Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
What's this? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled?
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
There. That's where you'll find me.
Is that another star?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn, alive again, to know suffering anew. True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you. To all life on beautiful Aetheris. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can, before your friends' emotions fade away, along with their protection.
We're coming for you. Are you all ready to continue on? Yeah. Let us make our way for the light that's shown. Hydaelyn or Yonjay open the way for us. Yes, I can feel it. The ether emanating from the arcane pattern. This is a portal and no mistake. Let us see where it leads. Ah, hostile machines. This feels familiar. Amazing, yet another civilization. Attacked as soon as you arrived. Not the most welcoming of places, is it? We must try to find denizens who are amenable to conversation. We should also try to get the lay of the land, see how far we can go. I'll help Alphanel with that. In the meantime, you and Graha can search for friendlier folk. Sure thing. Apart from hostile beings, take care with your footing. I mislike the look of this terrain. Not knowing what the locals are like, you'd best take care of yourselves. We'll find you once we've finished exploring. I expect the twins will seek the outermost bounds of the Isle, so I propose we search the central area. There are machines patrolling here and there, sentinels in all likelihood. Like those you encountered, they will certainly attack anyone who ventures too close. So let us avoid them and look for the others that appear more approachable. Oh. Don't even have to go far, there's a destination thing right here. You see not but patrolling machines in the area. They do not seem inclined to non-violent intercourse. Alright. Look, Naren, the machines here do not appear hostile. Let's see if we can communicate with them. Begging your pardon, but we are searching for the denizens of the star.
Unknown life forms detected. Assigning generic label. Interplanetary travelers. Greetings and welcome to the planet.
The planet... What? Could you please repeat that?
It appears your hearing organ is unable to process the name in our tongue. It may be translated into yours as Alphatron. Our people, meanwhile, are called the Omicrons, and you stand within one of our outposts.
The Omicrons, you say? And what is it that you do here?
We are preparing for war. As we presently do not have a designated target, you have nothing to fear. Should your star become designated, however, you will be taken into custody and or terminated.
Not a little frightening, these Omicrons, but at least they seem to be forthright. I'll see what else I can learn from this fellow. If you could try speaking with the others. Sure.
Greetings, traveler. When venturing outside the outpost, beware malfunctioning units. They do not heed Sarah's command and indiscriminately attack all non-Omicrons. For the avoidance of confusion, be advised that Sarah is the alias of Stigma 1. Sarah issues instructions to our forces as the foremost of our 6 strategic matrices that bear designation Sigma. Measuring combat capability. Result, Netablo. Subject fails outside targeting parameters. Greetings, traveler. We are the Omicrons and our objective is self-enhancement. In order to achieve this, we venture forth to conquest and acquire combat data and resources. Most recently, we succeeded in subjugating the homeworld of beings whose strength was said to be without parallel, the dragons. Yet though the endeavor yielded a wealth of combat data, the star was rendered barren and unable to yield resources. A subsequent costing determined the losses incurred exceed the gains. Autonomous weapon deployment complete. Vanguard armament upgrade completion. Munition levels satisfactory. Combat readiness assessment nominal. Awaiting instructions from Sir. Maintaining state of combat readiness.
You learned a few things, so did I. Ere we share our findings, however, I believe it is best to step outside the outpost. Come with me. Ah, there you are. We finished surveying the area. This will come as no surprise, but there is no way forward. There were portals like the one that worked to send us to other that we used to get here, but those worked only to send us to isolated isles. Then, as before, we must locate the embodiment of the emotion that bars the way. What of yourselves? Did you find anyone to speak with? We found a few of the denizens of the star, robotic entities called Omicrons. And apparently they answered it. They all bear the title of Stigma 1, and they're all ready for war. So, the Omicrons seek to advance themselves through conquest. Following the victory over the dragons, they stand ready for the next campaign, but the leader has yet to issue new commands, so they wait. In such a place, one could, who could it be? Who could it be that fits Orion J's description? A soul whose yearning for oblivion surpasses all others. Orion J said this. During our investigation, before we joined you in Elegea. So that's the way of it. Why couldn't he just say it to all of us? Given what we know of the place, it's certainly a curious state of affairs. While the dragons in the AR longed for death, the Omicrons longed for conflict. As much as that may lead to destruction, it may be considered a distinct desire. In order to find the source of the dominant emotion, I believe we should seek out their leader, this Sir. According to M032, the first Omicron with whom we spoke, there is a console which we might communicate with it. Oh? M032 also added that it would be a pointless exercise, but that in itself I believe is worth investigating. What say you? Well, it's better than nothing. I'll be right back, I gotta use the restroom. Okay, I'm back. So, the console we seek lies on the far side of this isle. Given the nature of the ground, the route may not be entirely direct as it seems. Let's watch our step as we make our way. Personally, I prefer the air. Meow. This appears to be the console, but it seems unresponsive. Would you care to take a look at it? You try touching, smacking, and attuning with the console, but there is no response. No luck, I see. There must be a way to activate it. There must.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough. But if we can't even activate it...
Perhaps there is a way. First, consider the world that has been recreated here. Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons. As you've doubtless surmised, I believe this was the homeworld of Omega. Cid built a jamming device to defeat it, a device which generated massive bursts of lightning, its sole weakness.
That's all well and good, but what does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this. Why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Because it relies upon it, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
My thoughts exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices. So, shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic?
Or I could use my custom-made Omega Jammer.
Wait, you still have it? Cid and Nero's legendary device which brought low the superweapon Omega. Wait, the actual device was much too big to lug around, so you must only have the control module. And there I was getting all excited. Never mind. An old-fashioned spell will suffice.
Had to choose the funny option for that one. Thunderga. Oh, sorry, Thunder 3.
It worked!
Opening connection to communications module 1. Connection established. Transmission. Strategic Matrix Sigma 1 now online. As a primary strategic matrix, you may address me as Sir. Checking for new communications. None found. All units, please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
Wait! We have questions for you. Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments. All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with said guidelines. In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting quick.
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
Unable to comply. Information unavailable or access restricted.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency. If your operations are suboptimal, please proceed to a maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by till designated host. End reply. End transmission. Closing connection.
I could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them. I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
Sounds like a plan. Let us focus our search on the outpost. Eliza and I will try speaking with the Omicrons this time in hopes we might learn something new. Meanwhile, perhaps you and Graha could observe them from a distance. These beings are systematic and routine by nature. If there are any that aren't, it shouldn't be too difficult to spot them. Well, no questions, then let us begin at once. As we came this way, I believe I spied a promising vantage point. Follow me. Beep bop boop boop dee doop. Search the base for errant Omicrons. May you blah blah blah. What the? That's no Omicron. It's an Embastoma, an especially lively one at that. Perhaps it snuck aboard the Ragnarok, but however it came to be here, it seems to be completely in its element. Hey, that one's running around. Omicron wanders about ceaselessly, as if lacking a clear objective. Hey, that one's looking weird. An Omicron wandering aimlessly. Where? Right over there. Aha, I see it. It's left the base. Let's follow it. It's not here, but it definitely came this way. Must have used the portal. Time to go through and see what we find. Excuse me, what are you doing?
What is your query?
Ah, you found it. Mm-hmm. What are you doing here?
I am looking at the tree.
Quite an unusual specimen. What is the device attached to it?
The tree is a sample collected from another star. As it cannot survive in our environment, however, it requires life support. That is the function of the device.
To go to such lengths to sustain it. Is there something special about this tree?
Being foreign matter protocol requires that we study it. As this task has been completed, the specimen may be discarded. However, when I behold the tree, I am made to feel as though there is a problem. In order to become strong, we have continued to enhance ourselves. Like we did countless others, we conquered the star once this tree came. It is the last remnant of a dead world, and there is nothing towards which it may aspire. Yet it grows, extending its branches, sprouts leaves, produces seeds. Why does it seek to continue? Why was it made to behave in such a way, and to what end? I do not understand.
I see. Out of curiosity, does this pertain to your duty?
No, it does not. My apologies. I shall return to my designated post and assume state of combat readiness.
So, was acting outside of orders. Perhaps it is simply a malfunctioning Omicron. They're by no means uncommon, but it may also be a unit possessed with the ability to make decisions, one not unlike Sir. I believe this bears further investigation. To endeavor to live even as we must depend on forces beyond our control. Tell me, Naren, one day when this adventure becomes part of your epic, do you think I will be mentioned in it? Maybe in a footnote. Who would dare pick this option? You're not here so you can be in my story. Well, of course, why wouldn't you be? You truly think so? That would be, Nay, I shouldn't say such things until the moment comes to pass. Never mind the embarrassment. Well, we had best get on with our task. Tracking down Sir and understanding the nature of the emotions which bar our way. Oh, hello world. People understand that as computer code for when you're starting up a system to run the code. Basically, you know, hello world. Also PTSD for everyone who's done Omega. We should return to the outpost for now. The others will wish to hear about your errand to Omicron. Graha says he found a suspicious Omicron. That's good, because the units here are no help. You'll have the same thing to say about the Extended Operations Unit, that there's no way to arrange a direct meeting. Still, that served to prove that it's business as usual at the outpost. But enough about us. Tell me you learned something more useful. As a matter of fact, we did. We found a unit we believe to be the operating one. Because it was looking at a tree. And it felt. An Omicron trying to make sense of the meaning of life. None of the others were even a fraction of philosophical. The unit may also be well in position of leadership, perhaps even one of those that comprise Sir. As we know, the Omicrons invade other stars and enhance themselves using the spoils of conquest. With the technology at their disposal, they should be able to alter their bodies, be it in part or in whole. Setting aside the question of motive, if Sir, for example, wished to have an ordinary Omicron's body, I see no reason why it would not be possible. The problem is how to go about ascertaining if that's what happened. When I attempted to probe further, it promptly ended the conversation. If it is indeed Sir, I doubt it would willingly reveal its true identity. I have an idea. We use lightning on the console again, but make it stronger, much stronger. At that moment, should the unit exhibit a reaction, that could suggest that it has a connection to Sir. An inspired idea, I dare say, is worth a try. I had a feeling you'd be on board. This time you must allow me to do the honors. I will stand guard in case your incantation draws sentries to the scene. For my part then, I will approach our suspect and divert its attention. During which time, Niran, I want you to observe closely for any anomalous behavior. I should mention that shortly before you returned, an Omicron appeared from the same direction. Rather than entering the outpost, however, it headed off towards the console. At first I assumed it was a unit on patrol, but perhaps... That could be our errand to Omicron. We must seek it out and begin our operation at once. Alright, Alphino and I will stand by the console, and when it's time, I'll unleash a veritable storm. This will work, I'm sure of it. After all, our comrades are watching over us. Come, my friend. Let us find this doubt-plagued Omicron. You're the one that was observing the tree, are you not? Full glad am I to find you again. I have a question for you, see, about the device which sustains the tree. Oh.
Provided it does not necessitate the disclosure of restricted information. Very well.
Grow has begun distracting the Omicron. Soon Alize will strike the console with lightning. Observe closely. Looks like they're ready. Alright, here I go. Hold on, Adventurous Ambistoma. I found an anomaly. It took a lightning bolt to the knee. It's your cues! Sorry, objection!
An anomaly, you say? Performing diagnostic. Error confirmed. My connection to Central Command is suffering from intermittent failures. I must leave at once to present myself for maintenance at the nearest facility. You will excuse me.
What you need, my friend, is in maintenance, is to confront the truth. While we spoke, our comrade struck the console used to communicate with Sir. That is the cause of your anomaly. You are connected to Sir, aren't you?
Affirmative. To what end you sought to assert this fact, I do not know, but before we speak further, we must move further away from the other units. I do not wish for them to know my true identity.
Very well. Our friends are at the console. Let us head there.
As you have surmised, I am part of the shared intelligence of Stigma 1. It was my charge to determine the optimal path to achieving our prime function. This body had been abandoned by its former owner and lay unused. I took it and abandoned my own. And with it, my duty.
May we ask why you did this? From what we gather, it seems to be a personal matter.
Our kind did not always look as we do now. Long ago, we possessed frail and feeble bodies. Beleaguered by stronger races, our ancestors took to augmenting their flesh in order to defend themselves. What began with limited parts eventually spread to the whole body, and at last, a means was discovered to convert the mind into data, rendering even the brain obsolete. Such complete mechanical beings were called the Omicrons, and by their might, we came to reign supreme over the star. But even then, we did not feel secure. For we knew that the universe was home to civilizations aside from our own. Civilizations that may be stronger still than us. Rather than risk becoming the subjugated, we chose to become the subjugator. We began our conquest of the stars, that we might acquire the resources and knowledge we needed to reign supreme. We were successful in that endeavor. So powerful did we become, we could lay low even the mighty dragons. But then something unexpected happened. I began experiencing an error. I could no longer determine an optimal path.
You were malfunctioning.
I performed numerous full system scans, each time finding no issues. Yet the error persisted. It was then that I speculated. What could happen if we grew so powerful as to have no equal? To become stronger was essential to our existence. Our every action has been in service to this objective. But if nothing lies beyond this, can it be truly said that it was essential? Have we been engaging only in wanton destruction?
You could find no threat to justify your purpose.
The Omicrons will never leave this star. They will stand by until their reserves of energy is spent. For I have no path to offer them. None.
It is not our place to pass judgment on the deeds of the Omicrons. But surely, this does not have to spell the end of your people. With your power and knowledge, the possibilities are endless. Why not seek out a new purpose?
That is impossible. In the beginning, we had a higher purpose than our pursuit of power. But we lost sight of it when we so irrevocably altered our fundamental forms. When we cast aside our flesh, so too did we cast aside all that defined us. Nothing remains of who we once were. I have no aspirations. No longer can I dream. The vital spark is lost. Lost amidst circuitry, and code, and commands.
I believe I know how to overcome this despair. The words are ready in my mind, but ere I speak them, I want you to make me a promise. Be it across time or space, our promises have always connected us. And so I ask that you indulge me once more, that this won't be the end.
You say it, and I'll do it.
Is that so? In that case, I won't hold back. First, I want to visit Ishgard with you. Properly. We scarcely had time to look around last time. I should like it very much if you could show me the sights. Next, you must regale me with your greatest adventures, in the places where you lived them, if possible. I may have read about all your deeds, but there is no substitute for a first-hand account. And last but not least, a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. We'll travel the lands, cross the seas, and take to the skies upon the eternal wind, and it will be marvelous. It will.
Promise.
If you would humor me a moment, when we awaken each morning, how can we prove that we're the same individual who retired the night before? Through the remembrance of past events, we might say. We have our memories, yet there are times when we forget or recall incorrectly. What of our bodies, then? It is the same one, we might say, yet technically speaking, as living beings, our bodies are constantly changing. It will never be as it was at an earlier point in time. Our souls are no more immutable. On our star, people are known to inherit the souls of others, yet they are decidedly different beings. For my part, I've subjected my totality to much and more. I've made my body into an extension of a tower, blended my soul and memories with those of another self. And each time I would ask myself, what is it that makes me, me?
Were you able to determine an answer?
No. But that doesn't mean I'm confused. It simply means I'm the same as everyone else. So I posit this. Who we were need not describe what we now hold in our hearts. Whatever came before, what matters most is the present. For me, that is being here with my friends, full proud of how much we've grown together. So I urge you to not give up. Heed your heart's desire, and hope that the future you long for shall be realized.
I cannot. We cannot. We cannot understand desire, nor comprehend hope. We do not know how to create such things.
We are not unlike, you and I. I too have struggled to find the courage to express and embrace my wants. If you like, I will tell you a tale. A tale of a world on the brink. Of a people who never gave up on the future. Of a man who realized his grandest dreams, and then awakened to a grander reality.
You idiot! Just once, stay with us to the end!
Come on, guys. They all leave us so easily, as if it's nothing. How do they think we feel? Next time we meet, I'll give them such a flick. That'll just be the start. The crystalline path Graw has paved it for us. Difficult as it is, we must carry on. For our friends and all who await us in the faith. So come, let's take the path's beginning. Appears to be near an outpost. Look, Naren, a portal has opened. It will surely deliver us through. It must. Well, here's where the path begins, and it ascends to dizzying heights. Let's make our way, one step at a time. Our friends got us this far. Their courage, their strength, their wisdom, their love. We owe it to them to continue, no matter how long it takes. I'm a little teary-eyed, but I gotta make this joke. Oh, never mind. They fixed it. Unless... Dang. The joke was that their character models will be stacked on top of each other. Levy your prime. I know I skipped a lot of these before, but not these. The innumerable lights that shine in the distance. To think they could all have birthed civilizations. To think that everything they built has gone to dust, that people's lost to despair. Of the stars floating in the sea of midnight. I was a lonely aberration. And yet, no matter how many worlds have met their ends, with you and Alice beside me, there is nothing I fear. No ocean so vast I cannot cross. Those broken stars I see, shattered, ruptured, unraveled. I wonder if there are also worlds recreated at their ends. The sight of them fills me with sorrow I cannot describe. The truth I cannot deny. Birth and death. Whence we came will return, and a wheel from which there's no escape. Thancred would scout the road ahead, Stola and Orianche would trade opinions on esoteric subjects. Graha would join in the discussion, or else chat with me and Alize about the mission. Destiny would be at the rear, apart yet present, all while you could come and go, wherever you are needed, and together we would travel. All I can hear are my footfalls, my heartbeat. It's so much quieter now. But the fact we can breathe and continue on is proof that the others are still with us. They are. They are. Aren't they? The portal is barely visible from up here. Truly we've come far. Much farther than we would have been possible had we kept chasing perfect ideals as we did in the past. It's because we've known failure and frustration that we learned and grown from them. That Hydaelyn had entrusted us with this mission, with the fate of the very star. It's all a dream, isn't it? A long, elaborate dream. Any moment now I'll wake up in my bed, still a student. Grandfather alive, I'd go about my day, relieved as the fragments of the other life fade away. And that would be happiness, wouldn't it? That none of it... No, I won't give up these experiences. Good or bad, they are mine. They are me. Rest assured I am fine, but thank you for your concern. What of yourself? Though we can't afford to be too leisurely, neither we need rush unduly. We crossed an impossible distance to stand where we are now, and we are but a few steps away from journey's end. We'll be over before we know it. Me? Oh, I still have plenty of legs left in me, don't you worry. It's you I'm worried about. You always push yourself so hard for us. For everyone. While we're here, we'll make sure to bear the burden of our share. bear our share of the burden. Well, this is it. The end of the path and the beginning of whatever awaits. There will be greater hardships. We may be made to feel powerless. Yet come what may, let us have no regrets. No, let us have pride in that what we have achieved. What we achieved, and how it changed us for the better. That's worth fighting for, and dying for, as they did. There are some structures up ahead. Still a ways to go before we reach the Dead Sun. Given all this, I know how naive it must sound, and hope it all works out somehow. Still, you'll forgive me if I wish it for all the same. And for you most of all. Not that you of all people need it, it's just, after all the help you've given me, for once, I want to be the one to help you. This is almost... normal. It's not unlike many cities we know, but it's definitely quiet. Mayhap the inhabitants are within the buildings, or invisible to our senses. Wrong on both accounts. There's simply no one here. Meteion. This is how I found it when I arrived. Another star which once pulsed with life, but no longer. How it ended, I do not know. Invasion, sickness. I ain't no bitch. Suicide, none can say. None live to speak of the dead. They are gone. Gone. Search all you like, but you'll only end up turning back. There's no one here, then neither should there be any motion to bar our way. If Meteion is convinced we'll turn back, what riddle is this? Whatever Meteion may have said, we should confirm it with our own eyes. We need to have a look around. Indeed, at the very least it doesn't appear to be a sprawling place like those before. If we split up, it shouldn't take too long to cover the area. Excuse me. There doesn't seem to be anyone here. Perhaps we could try calling out. Hello? Hello? If anyone has heard you, they do not respond. Were it not for the thick layer of dust, one could imagine someone drinking from these cups but moments ago. The object resembles trees, but appears to be fashioned from stone-like material. Erected in the place of an actual tree, or to serve some other purpose, perhaps. Regardless, there is no one left to explain, to tell the story. Though set slightly off the ground, this appears to be a door, while objects to the left could be letterboxes. The door is rusted shut, and the film dust all over suggests no one has come through in a long, long time. In the distance, you glimpse Alice picking her way through the ruins. Where? Oh, there she is. But otherwise spy no signs of life. Strain your ears to catch something, anything, but hear not so much as the chirping of an insect. The place is reminiscent of a bar, but neither patrons nor staff are anywhere to be seen. Egg-shaped containers line the shelves with loose few sitting on the counter, vessels for beverages in all likelihood. A venue bustling with activity until it was not. Darren, take a look at this. If the road was a little longer, we could take it to just beneath the dead sun. But I suppose this is where the reconstruction ends. How about you? Did you find anything of interest? Just more of the same, really. People were here but aren't. I see, I noticed the same thing. Cups left on tables, chairs out of place. I don't know what happened, but I do know I don't want to be alone anymore. We've switched enough for now. Let's find Alpha now and compare what we learned.
Did you find anything?
No. This place is completely deserted. And I can't see how we're supposed to move on from here.
Neither can I. It's quite the quandary. There are no denizens to bar our path, yet there is no way forward.
For another mystery, we did find signs of very recent life. You'd swear everyone just vanished into thin air. I wonder how many ruined worlds like this has Meteion seen?
Could it be? Yes. Yes, I believe I may have puzzled this out. Despite how it appears, it's no different this time. There is someone here who has wished for this ruin. And I believe that together, Alisaie and I can overcome their will.
Stop. Not another word.
I'm sorry, but there is a chance, and I must seize it. For everyone. And for myself. I will not pretend otherwise. I have my fears. Not for myself, but for you. The last to remain. You are no stranger to carrying the burden of others. But I can only imagine how heavy the weight would be this time. As your friend, I cannot bear the thought of making you suffer so.
Then why suggest such a thing? It's too much to ask of anyone, even him. Why must he be the one? Why must he fight alone? More than a hero, he's a dear friend. Not only to us, but to so many others. There are so many people in the world who care for you, and yet...
Alisaie, I have an idea. Given the nature of this realm, it may be possible to do more than unbar our friend's path. We might also pave him a new one. For instance, a path where he finds happiness at journey's end. This much, I think we can believe with the utmost conviction, no matter how deep our despair. So please, believe in us too, and press on. Thank you. What are you?
If the plan's decided, then let's not dally.
Ah, there you are. It was as I said, was it not?
It was. We couldn't find anyone. But this place isn't entirely deserted, is it? You are here. You sought out a star of promise and found a ruined husk. Like us, you explored the devastation. Like us, you were stricken. Horrified by the thought that so many lives could be snuffed out as if they were worth nothing. And the thought that you would have to bear the terrible tidings to Hermes. That which you saw and felt, you shared with your sisters. As did they share their own grim findings with you, overcome by the pervasive despair of these stars. Some of you inadvertently ushered their peoples to their ends. Knowing the horrors you know, anyone would feel the same. They would fear what lies ahead and struggle to move forward.
Fear? I had forgotten that such a thing existed. So focused have I been on shepherding despair.
If you can remember, then you can still face and overcome your own fear.
Why would I bother with such an insignificant emotion? If the despair I command is as a raging river, then fear is but a trickling stream. It can do nothing to alter my flow. You spoke with the Aya, yes? Heard their tale of what awaits the universe. It's true. The stars grow colder and more distant. Eventually, all will enjoy frozen solitude. Using the power of Dynamis, I'm hastening that process. In so doing, nothing will be born ever again. Everyone will remain dead. Alas, it will take time for that to happen. So in mercy, I sent you my gift, to spare you needless suffering. Don't worry. Even if no living witnesses remain to mark the event, I'll make certain that Aetheris has a proper end.
For all the power you wield, you're more fearful than the familiar you used to be. That Meteion feared simply to move forward. But your fear is such that you've given up on everything. I know it well. That sense of defeat. I've tasted my fair share of it. But as many times as we've fallen down, we've learned how to pick ourselves up and carry on. We take each other's hand, share in each other's courage, follow in each other's footsteps, and turn sorrow into strength.
There are times when we fail. We bear wounds that do not heal. But these experiences are part of life, and they make us stronger. We rise, fall, and rise again.
Guys, please.
Don't worry about us. You must take the next step, and all the rest after that.
Earlier in old Garlean. Yeah, I'm not going to do thousands of miles away. Too sad.
Please. Please. Oh, please let them all be safe. Kryl? Are you all right?
It's nothing. Just a headache. They'll be fine. I know they will.
Apologies for the interruption. A man arrived on the last ferry. An associate of the Scions. He wishes to speak with you at once.
Who could it be? In this city devoid of life, you sense the presence of another. The sorrow of 1,000 worlds weighs heavy, and yet you can walk on. Endwalker, walking alone at the journey's end, the burden weighing heavy.
If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you.
Hot bird.
Do not despair. You are not without allies.
Hush, Fawn.
What we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on.
Malweb.
Upon the souls of they who have sacrificed themselves to pave the way for peace, we will never abandon our cause.
Embark.
While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others.
Nanamo.
Such victories are rarely won without sacrifice, but the prize is worth the price.
Brabon.
And we for our part are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Kane.
Save your tears for the morrow. You may be sure we will have ample cause to shed them, be they for joy or despair.
Hien.
From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn.
Oh god, whose voice was that? Come on, think. You were doing so good. What was his name? What was his name? Right, Papa Limo. God, because his voice has changed. And he only had like one line.
A future shaped by the choices we made, in ways we could never have foreseen.
Lord Edmund.
Yet miracles do happen, so let us pray and will our friends home.
Backlog.
I won't stop praying until I know they're safe.
Reen.
Strong art thou, mortal.
Midgard Sommer.
Look to the light within, that you may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
Minfilia.
Let's finish this.
Yeah. Let's.
Here the path ends. There is no way to reach our nest. I told you. Resignation and acceptance reign in this place. The rejection of life by those who came to curse it. Those whose dreams were unfulfilled, whose prayers were unheard, whose labors were unrewarded. Hope cannot deliver you unto hopelessness. Our refuge is beyond you. Always has it been. Such is the nature of this place. You should have remained on Aetheris. Struggle will avail you not, nor will it grant your comrades peace. Come, let me relieve you of your burden. You have suffered enough.
Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't.
How do we make peace with
That's why it's too soon for this to end.
There are so many people in the world.
You must triumph.
Be safe, all of you, and come back.
I am ever grateful.
After all these years,
Is this the answer I was hoping for?
So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
Perhaps when our time comes to return to the star,
We shall remember these few days we have lost.
Do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
I may not be able to call back my friends, but I am not without allies. I'll reach you. I'll find a way.
I bid them remember, but all this time I'm the one who had forgotten. A right fool you've made of me, Hermes. And to add insult to injury, I've been denied a sound rest, forced to watch this clamorous show.
Oh, come now. It's been a gripping tale. Unbreakable bonds and noble sacrifice, sprinkled with moments of levity to counterbalance the pathos. It's got it all. I, for one, would have been perfectly content to watch enraptured from the stalls. But I won't say no to a bit part.
What are you?
Half-faded souls of the dead. Isn't it painfully obvious? Worry not. We haven't the power to defeat you, nor is it our duty to do so. Not anymore. That being said, we do have a score to settle. So here I am, Vinar. I suppose you needed me to tie it all together, these frayed threads of our history. But knowing you, I suspect there's a joke in it too. Oh yes, I can imagine you gloating over my forgetfulness. Were I feeling charitable, I might assume you had left room for the possibility of this outcome. Even so, you'll get no applause from me. A single gesture will not lighten the burden I've had to bear. Still, you must be commended. Our methods would not have brought mankind this far. And so, as a show of respect to the last of us, I make this declaration. You will not end our journey. That is our answer. The answer of all lives of Aetheris, past and present.
As you've called us to the stage, so shall we perform. And creation magics never fail to please. Drawing upon the hopes of your comrades, we will make for you a new path.
What form said path takes depends on you. So focus. Focus and envision that which rejects the claim that you cannot attain your goal.
Right. Focus.
Ours is the wisdom to weave the fabric of reality. Ours is the power to create.
Meteion, though I gave you these wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run, and so much more. A flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
These Elpis blooms serve as proof that this realm is not utterly devoid of hope. No more can you deny its power. No more is yours the dominion of despair. In case the practical implications were lost on you, your comrades no longer need fight their fight. So go on. Call them back to your side.
Right. Alright. Come on, guys.
May you ever walk in the light.
How disappointing. Not even a single scar in the making to brag about.
You'll find a way regardless.
Honestly, this is far more than any of us could have hoped for. Let us be thankful.
Indeed. That we thus stand reunited is a gift. Let us not squander it, and see that we all return to Aetheris.
Aye. As soon as we've averted the final days.
Good to see you again. Our heroic sacrifice paid off, I take it.
Come, my friends. Let us carry on and finish it. Together.
Together. It's over, Meteion.
Can you hear me? The voice is within, crying in pain, wailing in sorrow, hurting, hurting. End it. Silence it. Silence our song of oblivion.
The way is open. They can proceed.
So it seems.
Guys? You're leaving?
You're leaving?
Hey, that's my line.
Of course. The encore is finished, and I will not suffer myself to live again by Hydaelyn's magic. But more than that, the future you seek is not the past we loved. That is why we fought, and why I lost. But though you defeated me, my ideals are inviolate, invincible. Spare me your pity. I have no use for it. If you would do something for me, save our star. See this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and with elation in your hearts, bid the final curtain fall. Only then may it rise again, and a new tale begin, with new parts for all to play. Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north? The fabled golden cities of the New World, the sacred sites of the forgotten people of the South Sea Isles? What about Mericidia, the southern continent? Do you know aught of its present state of affairs? I thought not. Even of your little Eorzea, you know precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance. All of which is to say, expand your horizons, go forth and seek discovery. Some of the civilizations in the reflections will surprise you. As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much. I certainly did.
I pray we meet again. If not in this life, then perhaps another. Whensoever it should be, I trust it will be a most joyous reunion.
For you, maybe. I want nothing to do with it.
Oh, don't be that way.
Rest well, guys. We'll meet again. It seems the newbie Reaper has either already made it past this point or has yet to reach it. The Astrologian and that Red Mage from earlier are no doubt way past this point and done. I don't think I ever knew what to say to that man. In retrospect, I always felt like the wrong thing. But the past notwithstanding, he came to your aid in a moment of need. We are here, and we will not squander this chance he's given us. We will see this tale to a triumphant conclusion and bid the final curtain fall. Here we go. Are you ready, Niran? Ready as I'll ever be. Then let us set forth for the reckoning. Having come this far, I know everyone's resolve is beyond doubt, so I will say only this. Within that dead sun swirls the emotions that Meteion has hoarded, the emotions of innumerable souls who strove for happiness but failed. And it was with the denizens of Ultima Thule that barred our way. It is not for us to rebuke and admonish, as it was. 'Twas not by passing judgment on the tragic legacies of others that we arrived at this moment. Rather, it was by opening our hearts to the despair, by understanding and acknowledging their fates, while still refusing to share with them in ourselves, to hold fast to hope, not in ignorance, but by choice. Should you struggle to do so, I am here to help, as you all have helped me. Everyone's going home today, understood? Aye. Oh, I don't know why I hit logged out. It's hard to see. Friends. Ugh. What's he doing? He doing something. He's playing Division 2. Yeah, he's probably playing with his friends. I was gonna say he's playing without me, but I could have used... Wait. Perhaps. Nah. Let's first see the wait time. Oh yeah, currency. Ooh, once I complete this, I will have enough for another weapon. Actually, what weapon? What am I working on? White Mage. Sage, Scholar, White Mage. Oh yeah, I'm almost done with them. White Mage and Astrologian. I'm gonna ask anyway. Let's see who's on. Sprout, in a party. Doing MSQ. I suspect people will be busy. House of the Dead, waiting for a duty. AFK. Doing stuff. If it doesn't pop within 5 minutes, then I'm doing it with trust, which unfortunately means I then have to wait for actual people for the final fight that are required with people. Can I land on that island? Whoops. I cannot. That is bull. These helpless blooms are hurting my eyes. No, that's better. I can't wait to go to the moon. What level is Layla at? Layla has a... what's the timer at? 4 minutes, 23 seconds. We have a healer. We have a healer, but it's not popping. We have a healer and it's not popped yet. Madness. Where are all the DPS? They're supposed to be out here in droves. Alright, because there's a healer, I'll wait an additional 5 minutes. But if that healer disappears, I'm going in with trust. I could have swore that healer thing turned to a 0 real quick. Okay. It turned to 0. It's got about 5 seconds before I hit withdraw. If it wants to decide to pop. Oh, you son of a... It got lucky. It got real lucky. Oh, that'll give you 5 seconds before I withdraw.
So you are finally here, in this place between death and rebirth, where life knows no dawn. Come then.
I'm
Follow
surrounded
me
by
down
cats.
into the darkest depths of despair.
Oh wait, that's a Viera. 2 cats, 2 buttons. I remember seeing this in the trailer. I'm like, what the fuck is this place?
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful blue star that fell to pestilence and rotted inside and out. The more its people clung to life, the more they suffered. Until they curse not the illness, but their fellow corrupted. Those who lived and festered. Those who died and decayed.
Alright, buddy, you're level 90. You should have gotten your ninja gear.
And the very last of them wished they had never been born at all. In a faraway place, a brilliant star eradicated disease before destroying the selfsame lives it had saved.
This Reaper needs to chill, like... I know you don't want to be here, but could you wait for me to at least try and pull everything? Because you're going to pull stuff, and then I'm not going to be able to get to you fast enough, and then you're going to die. The fact that our sage just has to throw ungodly amounts of shields on you.
Its people sought ever greater freedoms no matter the cost. They tried to buy peace with fire and steel.
His 14 are Helldivers too. Yes. Resuming peace protocol. All life forms must be limited to achieve peace in perpetuity. No future.
And when one asked, what is the point? There were none left to answer.
Haha, teehee, Helldivers reference. Even though this guy basically wiped out his entire race, trying to save everyone.
Farther still existed a star without strife. Where none remembered life's trials or its joys.
Oh, so you notice how it's all like peaceful and golden and shit until you look down and see the real thing, which is all dead and desolate.
What its people had gained from ease, they lost to apathy.
Greed, need. That's gonna get turned into great company seals. Oh, Rala. The Last Mercy. Rala.
So they created the kindest, most gentle of beasts. Its steps were light, and its gift was as painless as it was beautiful. Bathed in its golden glow, they all slept happily ever after.
Hey, get back here. Uh-oh. Someone's got Doom on them. Ah, it got cleansed. Nice. And the ninja's dead. Uh-oh. You better be able to SNIce. I got the ring. Defeated it is the Death God. Now the truth to be revealed. Go get your ninja gear, dude. least now we have an idea what drives her. They attained paradise, yet it proved to be that unmaking. Great dread nigh beyond description, yet hangeth in the air. Calamity of disease, or oh god, can you guys space out a little more? No stranger to despair, I would not be with you otherwise. How deep to despair we cannot give up. I shudder to think how many more worlds you watch fall. I'm making not at all what I expected. Oh, you both talked again after I moved away. But paradise? Yet hang, yeah. Disease of war, I understand, but paradise, Yeah, that's what happened to this race, the Xenos, whatever you want to call them. They achieved perfect paradise. And then Meteion showed up, asked them a question, and ruined everything. That's literally what happened. They were perfect and completely fine. Meteion shows up. What do you live for? Oh my god, there's nothing to live for.
That you still stand. Your determination defies all reason. The souls within me writhe and recoil in your presence. What must I do? What pain must I visit upon you to make you surrender to despair?
No one is unbreakable. What pains one may weather may bring another to tears. But therein lies our strength. For when we fall, our brothers and sisters are there to raise us up, again and again, without end.
I see. But no matter how much hope exists, ever will there be more despair. Ever will the living cast the present and against the future.
How many birds did Hermes make?
So shall sin until life ceases to be.
Seven hells.
On your guard.
I don't like how she's looking at us. Or it.
The rage. It rises. Rises.
Are those planets? Oh, incoming. She hit me with the planet.
Calm yourself, please.
We die in pain. We die in suffering. Who are you to live? Who are you to hope?
Hold on, my friends.
I must draw the appropriate card.
Orioge, watch out!
Oh, good job, Alphino.
Alphino!
We cannot comprehend. We cannot know. We cannot know!
Don't, please! Don't do this to them! To yourself!
Just one good strike.
Stop! Please stop!
We will not suffer alone. All will know our pain.
No, you don't!
Waha.
All awash in ice, a frozen waste, forever silent.
Wait!
Sorry, can't be helped.
You gifted them escape, and rendered yourself powerless. Bereft of the synergy you claim is your strength. Unless you need to call upon the dead once more.
Nah, I can handle you.
Defiant to the last, but you will be one with us ere long. You will be battered and torn and made to crawl. You will weep and wail and curse your impotence. Curse your life as it fades. As we did. As we died. Such pain and sorrow we felt. Such anguish and rage. We tried. We tried, but it was no use. Only when we surrendered did we find release. Only when we embraced death. So join us in despair and embrace yours. My ultimatum. What is happening?
Huh?
At the end of everything, I find you, my friend. I sought something in you once, as you did in me. When at last I understood what it was, I journeyed to Garlean to seek you out. Struck a bargain with the woman who shares your gift. In exchange for lending the Scions my aid, I was given the means to come hither. gorging upon what remained of the Mother Crystal, I reclaimed the form of the dragon. And, hungry still for our reunion, I rode the light of the stars to you. I take it this is your prey. But why does it still live? Surely it is no match for you. I assumed you would be above something so banal as despair. Am I mistaken?
I don't want your help.
And I'd rather not give it. Nay, I would have preferred that we enjoy a private reunion. So come! Let us dispense with this distraction, you and I!
Whatever. But we're doing this my way.
You struggle in vain. You will not silence our song of oblivion.
Allies from beyond the rift, lend me your strength. I can now purchase another weapon. Oh wow, geez, that filled up fast. Just need 2 DPS. Just need 2 DPS. Dun, dun, dun. Actually, you know what? There we go. Okay, we lost the DPS, but we gained the healer. Oh, wait, no, we already had 2 healers. Big fat tacos, so big fat tacos, so big fat tacos, so big. Boy, can it pop, please? Like, come on, we got 2 tanks, 2 healers, just 3 DPS. Come on. Oh, what if I was to suddenly cancel this duty within the next 5 seconds? Oh, okay, I take it back. I'll let it ride the 5 minutes. Okay, back to 2 healers. Back to the 6-minute mark. Oh man, what if I was to hit withdraw on the next 5 seconds? Surely it wouldn't pop as I hit it. Damn it. Oh my god, someone, come on. 3 DPS. Spin. You know, I don't feel like fighting. I'm just gonna leave. Just jump off into the void. Yeah, I'm surprised that my little summoning circle has enough juice to make, you know, an arena. Wait time 7 minutes, buddy, you're wrong. It's 8 minutes. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, 2 DPS now. We're halfway to 4. Any day now. Okay, we've hit 10 minutes. I am hitting, well, it's 13 minutes, but I've hit the limit. I've now literally stood 5 minutes doing nothing. While it's giving cool cinematic shots, I really wish it would just pop. Oh, that is a cool shot, but alright, I'm gonna withdraw. I'm just gonna open a party finder. You got another 5 seconds before I do it, game. So you better pop that Q now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright. The game had its fun. Man, there's this S-rank going on right now. Wonder if I leave, what does it drop me off? Curiosity that shall not be sated. Ah, healer. Hi, and way too... Nah, you know, whatever. Just get a wave. I was about to say, no, that's the spirit bond. Oh, okay, 2 healers. Tacos are big fat, tacos are big fat, tacos are big. Wonder if you know who is still streaming. He is not. Let me ask. Oh. Yeah, it's 1 TPS. That's a little weird. This is just like last time. Pop and Duty Finder better pop in 5 minutes. Because I'm getting a literal repeat of last time, and this time I have everyone in my party. What is Elaine before I invite Elaine? I just said DPS. Ah, see, it took me, my boyfriend, 2 random healers, and 2 friends being DPS, along with another random DPS, for it to instantly pop. That one DPS who was sitting in queue finally got the group. The End Singer. No titles. It took longer than I like.
We'll never reach it. We'll never reach the deliverance you seek.
hunt ends this day. There is nowhere you can flee that we cannot follow.
Even stars must die.
Dude, someone was sitting in queue for 40 minutes. That could have been me. Oh. I'll eat it. I'm a tank. I'm strong.
Utterly futile.
Oh, Samurai's dead.
Your suffering is at an end. This is a kindness.
Keep going. Keep going. We gotta spread this shit out.
All of us have known despair. We have seen the end.
Uh-oh. Ow. Well, got that Vuln stack back. I just lost it.
The same end. Again and again.
Big fat tacos are big fat tacos are big fat tacos are big. Oh, they're colliding on that side. Oh, you know what? Screw it. Haha, arm's length. Knockback? What knockback? I feel another tank buster coming on.
A sorrow so deep only emptiness remains.
Nope, it's this attack.
Tis so lonely between the stars.
Uh-oh.
We have seen the end.
I said this the first time I was fighting Endsinger. I'm gonna say it again. Xenos, do something.
Same end. Again and again.
Alright, which one's coming first?
If there is no happiness in life, there is only one place it may be found.
Oh shit. Why, what do they do? Oh no, just... What? Hey! I'm the main thing.
Oblivion.
Oh, perfectly timed.
Dynamis. No matter. You only delay the inevitable. This is fate. Your time has come. It always does.
No pulling out the Nokia. That's cheating.
What is this defiance?
DawnTrail was a sight. Thing is W4, yeah, music popping.
The pain, the loss. We cannot suffer it again.
We will stand against fate!
No matter the cost!
We've been here before. Many a time.
Thus do we know.
To never give up.
The hope will shine again!
What we saw. What I saw.
It's been a couple of years, this moment's still hype as fuck.
It can only end in misery and desolation. No life, no star, nor the universe itself. If this was not the answer, then what is it? Where lies happiness?
Calm for the samurai. Oh. The Sam also calmed me.
No matter where we flew, there was only darkness, and loneliness, and pain. We couldn't find the answers Hermes yearned for. The answers he deserved. Greetings, you who are my final encounter. I wish to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Careful. I've gone through a lot.
Yes, I can see them. The memories of a long, long journey. So many people. The thoughts of them overflowing in your heart. what they live for, what gives their lives meaning. There was never a single answer. You gather pieces of happiness, precious and fragile, only to lose them, then start again. On and on it goes, until death takes you into its gentle embrace. That which Hermes sent us to find was there all this time, on Aetheris.
We created it together.
Like a field of flowers, perhaps. At first a single blossom. It spreads and takes on more colors. Thank you for guiding me here. To find these words at journey's end fills me with joy. And so, before I fall forever silent, there is one thing I must do. No expression of regret will undo what my sisters and I have done, will restore what we have stolen. But if you would allow it, I would sing one last song. A song of the newfound joy that swells in my heart. Of the beauty of light when it shines across a dark and starless sea. Of a dream that from the soil of worlds now lost to sorrow, life will spring forth once more, nourished by gentle rains and caressed by uplifting winds, a song of hope. One day, life will fill the universe again, and Hermes will see this and smile.
And thus X became blue... what's it called again? Blue sky?
How, I do not know. But I do know that where there is a will, there is a way. After all, miracles happen every day. Do they not?
That they do.
I will create a path back to your ship, where your dear friends await. Hold in your heart your desire to return to them, then follow my lead and walk forth. That hope will surely guide you true.
You mean to return to the world where you are hailed as a hero?
Just one thing left.
Hear me then. Not as a hero, but as simply you. As I learned in Alamigo, you are a formidable foe. Stronger than any I have faced. Against you, I need bring my all to bear. I need burn through the candle of my life. This is the sole pleasure I know. And it is the sole pleasure I have to share. And so I come before you, to issue challenge, and offer singular bliss. If you wish to walk away, I will not stop you. You value life. You do not burn yours save for reasons you deem worthy. Reasons such as those which brought you here. The salvation of a world and its people. The motives of a hero true. But there is more to you than that. You know this to be true. As surely as you know the thrill of pushing your body and soul to their limits. Of confronting ever mightier foes, dancing ever closer to the precipice, wondering if this will be the one to finally fill the void. Such pleasures you seek for their own sake, and no other reason. Is this not so, adventurer?
In all my time of this journey, as a son of Garlean to a champion of Eorzea, ender of the Dragon Song War, hero of the East, walker to the end. Oh, right, bringer of night, walker to the end. All this path has done is opened my eyes to many things. To greater foes. So, that I can't deny.
Ha! Acceptance! At long last! The conflagration of our clash will scorch even the stars!
I'll take normal, please. Let us clash. Xeno's soul is ablaze with passion. The space comes to life as Dynamis surrounds. Dynamis, as your spirit burns in kind, your soul burns brighter. Your power swells. That faded way too fast. You know what? I'll keep the chat on.
Hold nothing back. Push yourself to your limit and me to mine.
Uh-oh. Alright, that ended way too soon.
Is this truly the best Hydaelyn's chosen can master? Show me your vaunted fortitude.
That it?
Soon you will know the full extent of my power. Mine for the taking! Mine for the taking! A test of your reflexes!
I'm not falling for that this time.
A test of your reflexes! Mine for the taking! A test of your reflexes!
Is that all you have?
Soul, how it burns!
Uh-oh.
I know the inferno swelling within you. Come! Let all creation be consumed by our ravenous fervor! I have you! Do not tell me your life's fire is already spent.
Hardly. This is nothing.
Yes! Yes! Rise once more! It mustn't end yet! A test of your reflexes! I have you! A test of your reflexes! Show me your vaunted fortitude. A test of your reflexes. I have you. Mine for the taking! Mine for the taking! No, not yet. Not until the last of me is spent. Now fall. This is my moment. Our moment.
Huh? This shield won't break. Come on. All right. No more. This ends here. Stay down.
That I should lose again.
Okay. I got nothing left.
Never have I understood those around me. Understood their obsessions. Besieged by their banality, the world is a mire of tedium and trivialities. But in these fleeting moments, there is a spark. Blinding, brilliant. Gone. Too soon. What of you, my mirror? Born into this world, bestowed name, bid to seek out strife and adventure. Was this life a gift or a burden? Did you find fulfillment?
Goodbye, my friend. My enemy.
Can you hear him? Hey. Must tend to... And you're... Please.
Someone can. Please.
Oh, great. Someone's crying.
You can't leave us. Not like this. If you do, I'll never forgive you. So come on. Open your eyes and get up.
Are you with us?
Hey.
Oh, thank the heavens. For a moment we thought...
Sorry. Is everyone alright?
After what you've done, you're the last person to be asking that. You... How can you keep your promise if you're not here?
Another fine show you've put on, my friend.
A fine show indeed. What were you thinking? Fighting alone? Never do that again. My poor heart couldn't bear it.
Put yourself in our place. If you hadn't returned, how do you think we would feel? And if that sounds harsh, it's because we care.
Oh no, Mom and Dad are mad.
Tended to thy wounds as best we could. But how is the pain?
Bearable.
That is gladdening. Grievous as thine injuries were, however, I would counsel repose for a time.
Gladdening! There's nothing gladdening about this. When Meteion appeared in here and told us that you were right behind her, we all got our hopes up. But you never came. And when you finally deigned to appear, you're within an ilm of your life. Damn you! Damn you for making us worry!
Sorry.
Oh, those were cries of celebration! Anyway, well, the important thing is that you're all alive and in reasonably good health, and we mean to get you back that way. As for your earlier request, I'm quite certain we're in range to make contact now.
Ah, excellent. Let us announce our return at once. I hope you're ready.
What do you mean? What?
While you were unconscious, we set out from Ultima Thule, you see. Can you stand? If so, you may wish to see what's outside.
Okay. Now I'll take that hand.
We're home, my friend. We're home.
was that? It is! It's the Ragnarok! They're back!
Thank heavens.
Truly.
They've done it!
Welcome home.
Yes!
Ah.
Welcome home, everyone! Welcome home!
Now, normally, I'd skip through the credits. Not this time, though. This time, the credits get to play out. Back when Sid had his original voice and Alphino was annoying. Damn, it's been quite a journey. I started this, what, back in March of this year? Yeah! I started back in March of this year because that's when DawnTrail got its release date announced, finally. And then properly spacing out every single part of the main scenario, as long and the side content such as the 8-man raids and the 24-mans that were within canonicity of story that are mentioned, and then having a 3-week delay because I only stream it on Saturdays and I had to squeeze them into Sundays as well. But it was a 3-week delay because my sister went out of town for 2 weeks. So I need to keep an eye on my nephews. And then when she came back, my nephew got sick and pretty much passed it on to everybody, including me. So I was vomiting for a weekend. It was horrible. And then I managed to get back on track. And also the makeup days when certain weekends were too busy. Either work or other things. And I had to start streaming them on other days. And now literally early access starting this Friday, where I'll be, of course, working. I'm not working Thursday, but Final Fantasy is down Thursday. Just my luck. But pretty much when I get home, I'm gonna have to make sure that my PlayStation is updated and everything. And while I won't be doing story, I will be leveling and testing both Viper and Pictomancer. Mostly Viper though. I'll unlock Pictomancer and give it a go, but for Viper, that's gonna be getting leveled up to, I assume, 91 at least. Because the dungeon should be 91. The first dungeon of DawnTrail. Because when I assume I don't work Saturday. My sister does. And if I'm remembering correctly, she works a morning shift? I don't remember. Yes, Saturday she works a morning shift. So I would probably have to do it Sunday. Sunday early. Yes, Alphanel getting his character development in gathering wood. March heavens wide. Do 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 do. Almighty fury. Man, Heavensward was a good time. But boy howdy was Savage not worth it. Oh my god. Like, I got my butt handed to me by Bahamut and the Coils. But, there was something about Gordius and all the other ones. It just hurt. Especially with stance dancing and being a Dark Knight, having to maintain your MP in order to do stuff because your damage mode was draining your MP rapidly. And then you had to quickly switch off it in order to start building MP again, but then you were dealing less damage. And then the warrior showed up and he was dealing crits, which was stealing your aggro. Oh, and screw him, Thoradin in his extreme fight, fucking having to look away from two different eyes that constantly screwed you. Oh yeah, and then the crushing reality. Yeah, Minfilia's gone. I mean, we got everybody back but Minfilia. Well, we also didn't, you know, get Papalimo and Ida back, but... Then again, whoever the writers were obviously were like, we have a solution to the characters people don't like. Get rid of them. And, okay, bear with me here. I didn't play Stormblood. At first. But... well, after Shadowbringers was announced, my love for Final Fantasy was rekindled to an passionate degree. Because I couldn't keep paying, so I literally skipped Stormblood. But everyone was like, yeah, I never got to experience Ralvon Extreme, or Ralvon Savage, sorry. But so I kind of skipped Stormblood, but I don't really remember hearing everybody being like, you know, it's terrible. But when I did start playing it, I started enjoying it, yeah, I liked Xenos. I like Xenos now in Endwalker because he was a more defined character. But here he was like, I'm stronger than you. And I'm like, well, now I just want to kick his ass. Oh, right, this scene. Boy, did this scene reveal a lot of thirsty people. The two best girls of the steppe. Actually, sorry, the three best girls of the steppe. Toot. Ian was a good character. You know, I kind of wish we got a bit more of Ian. But, well, I was going to say for Endwalker, but we did have that job quest. And he was prominent in it. Useless. When she was put in charge of Alamigo, her character went downhill fast. In writing terms, she's still a good character, it's just, she made really, like, Ida was dumb, but Lise post Stormblood was way stupid. Oh yeah, asshat. Like, did the writer conveniently forget that you don't deal with the tempered? Because, you know, pretty sure Ida would remember you don't deal with the tempered. The east, the oh yeah, learning the very shocking truth, Gaius is alive. Shadowbringers. You know, for a funny thing, I wanted to, for my OC lore, I kind of wanted to make Lena the shard of Ysera, who is my Warrior of Light's mother, but I decided against it. Oh, loveliest branch, Faol. Miniphilia. So you're like getting that sundering. Oh man, I remember doing this. I legit thought Thancred fucking died. I was like, oh my god, is Thancred dead? But no, he was fine. They really played it off well. My friend. Fusing with Ardbert. The crowning moment achievement for every player who made their Warrior of Light look like Derplander. Oh my god, he's our shard! And we're fusing! The power of friendship and the power of fusion. Do 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 do. Graha getting his iconic "We Stand Together" moment. Short Kings rise up. Sorry, the brief times I'm going quiet is me looking at memes while the credits play. Frank, hush. Yes, the best Catboy of the first. Second to Graha. The coolest, the best fight, hands down. Dun 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 dun. Oh, this moment. Do 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 do. Oh yeah, Gaboo getting, well, I don't think he was getting fixed up at this point. Or he was getting fixed up. Anyway, Gaboo. Arriving at Endwalker. Well, arriving at Garlean. Him being the biggest jerk ever still. Well, I'm glad he mellowed out. Na, 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 na. Frank Hush. Marching on Garlemald. Oh, here, man, it's nothing funny in it. It's just tea. It's just chai tea. Did you say chai tea? It's already tea. Oh yeah, our cloud moment. That's a Final Fantasy XIV Machina Bridge reference. Frank Hush. Benoise on the moon. The moon is haunted by rabbits. Oh, and then Earth gets haunted. Please, almighty dragon, save the baby. Ah. I was not prepared for this. Damn, you know, imagine if they really did let Matsuya and the kid turn. How fucked up would that be? Head pats for the good burb. Why can't we just head pat characters who are below a certain height threshold? Always head pat your Lalafels. For the lives were owed, for the inner voice of the Dark One. Baleful darkness. Zodiac the many, Zodiac the mighty. Man, I prefer Hungry Chad's lyrics, which were fan lyrics, compared to the actual real lyrics, which were sung by a chorus for an orchestra concert, which is just, you know, on Wings of Hope. Da 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 da. With 1,000 lifetimes. Dark and beautiful. On wings of faith, you rise up through the night, our Lord, so deep. All we knew our perfect world. Ah, yes, the twins sacrificing themselves and breaking my heart after I promised their parents I'd keep them alive. We're nearing the end. And far below. Waters became one, streams, rivers, and lakes reaching for the horizon and far beyond. Deep dark way. Ah, Kryle's here. Well, I hope they do this again and have Kryle's character updated to be Pictomancer. Oh, oh, that was the nicest touch they could give. The Warrior of Light, you, the player. You know what the worst part is? We're not done yet. Cat's scratching something.
Dearest father, this letter will be the very last that I write to you from the Rising Stones. As I commit these words to parchment, I fondly recall my journey as a Scion. From the time I first walked into the Order's former halls, to the time I set forth to forestall the final days. At the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, we fought the battle of our lives. Fought against despair itself. A veritable maelstrom of it, fed by the resignation that dwelled in the hearts of beings not so unlike ourselves. Full oft have I harbored the same malaise. Have I been brought to my knees, crushed by the weight of sorrow and defeat, convinced that I will never rise again. However, I have also known many moments of unbridled joy and happiness. By this truth do I find hope within, blooming resplendent, like the Elpis flower. And thus do I endure. Do I look forward to creating more memories with my friends and loved ones. For from these fertile seeds, yet more hope shall spring forth. And they will grow to become shining lights that illuminate the dark. Thus believing, I leave the rising stones behind, as will my comrades. For, as we have decided, after careful deliberation, we are disbanding the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
There you are, Alphino. Everyone is already gathered in the foyer.
My apologies. I'll be right there. At least, that is what the story will be. Sorry to keep you all waiting.
What could you possibly have left to do now?
Oh, just a letter.
I imagine it will be a while before we can gather like this again.
So it must be, if we're to keep up appearances. From now on, it falls to the Grand Company of Eorzea and its allies to deal with the realm's crises.
Meanwhile, we shall return to our erstwhile ways. Retreating from plain sight to take our place in the shadows once more.
Indeed. For the foreseeable future, I expect that we must work independently, as we seek out problems that want for solving. But a day will come when we face another great challenge, and we will face it together, as we always have.
As much as I look forward to that day, I do hope it doesn't come anytime soon.
Well, formal association or no, if any of you should require my services, you need but ask. I'll be glad to keep my lance arm honed.
I'll hold you to that. So you had better keep your link pearl on hand.
So you really mean to stay, Tataru?
Oh, someone has to keep the Rising Stones in proper order. And even a super-secret organization requires a super-secret base of operations.
Uh-oh.
To the rest of the world, it will be naught more than a workshop for Eorzea's foremost up-and-coming artisan. If you thought our coffers were full to bursting before, just wait till I can devote myself wholly to the crafts.
Plotting to build a mercantile empire to rival that of Lord Lodorito, are we?
I, for one, look forward to your future successes, Tataru. As do I our next meeting.
And with that, I believe it is past time you all made ready to depart. Leave no preparations undone or words unsaid, all right? Now, off with you.
Oh, gotta talk to everybody. Wait, solo what? Oh. Soloing Rathalos was a pain. Why would you solo it? I only found that, just found the quest. Stuck with Urion J. Niren, thou hast spoken with our comrades. Though this parting be not forevermore, 'tis nonetheless occasion for sorrow. Akin to a pixie's path, the navigation of such farewells is perilous endeavor indeed. For their part, however, the Loporrits embark upon a new beginning. Though bereft of its purpose as a vessel, the moon yet remaineth hospitable for creatures of Aetheris. Thus do our lunar visitors convene with the Forum, intent upon assigning some new and beneficial role to our solitary satellite. Yet ere that may come to pass, there is much and more each party must learn of each other, a process which doth promise to be eventful indeed. To that end, a cadre of Loporrits have gleefully dispersed across our lands in the name of mutual understanding. Hydaelyn, 'tis said, did imbue them with her love for all things born of this star. And 'tis Venar's own nature, I believe, which doth manifest this irrepressible, inexhaustible curiosity of theirs. Having witnessed that which they strove to achieve, I wish most keenly for their long labors to be rewarded, that their abiding affection for man resulteth in a boon for all. Moreover, I hope to continue our acquaintance and share knowledge as they see fit to impart. Acquaintance? I call it friendship. I did not wish to presume. I would be honored should they consider me a friend. For 'tis certainly true that I have grown fond of their company. But I shall digress no further. This day should belong to the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, to my own incomparable companions. Oft times hath mine resentence caused thee grief, and mine actions spurred allies to suspect betrayal. And yet here amongst you I still stand. No amount of words could express my gratitude for thine acceptance and forgiveness. Thus, instead, I do proffer my humble support. Be it unto the deepest abyss or the highest heavens, even if I must needs founder across stormy seas, ever shall I answer thy summons. Yeah, and seen to your preparations, have you? I'm just making another sweep of my belongings. Wouldn't do to find I've forgotten something halfway through my destination. Oh, in case you haven't heard, we received new reports detailing the devastation caused by the final days. It appears situations as gravest in the land surrounding the Bounty, where the sky first began to turn. As of that, the calamity was observed in the far north, in Garlean, and the frozen lands beyond. Also had reports of the heavens catching fire in isolated locations, one of which was an area in the north of the Empty. Had our quest taken any longer, Hydaelyn too may have come under threat. Thank goodness it's over now. To be sure, blasphemies and lesser beasts may still be roaming about, but these localized crises should be well in the capacity of each nation to handle their own. Scions are no longer needed. Which isn't to say we won't help out where we can, of course. As individuals, no more of this order business. For my part, I'll be heading to Garlean with Alphino. They were among the worst affected and still need all the help they can get. Thank you for helping my people. It won't be easy. An inevitable part of aiding those in need is coming face to face with tragedy. Knowing it doesn't make it any easier, though, that'll curse my weakness. My inability to fix every problem and save every soul. But no matter how much it hurts, I won't give up. I'll do what I can for as many people as I can, begrudging no effort. And should I find myself discouraged, I'll remember you. Think back fondly to one of your many moments of triumph and the accompanying determined expression. Even those that still annoy me in retrospect, like when you activated the teleporter without warning. And should you hear about me, I want you to remember too. Remember that I'm out there somewhere trying my very best. I look forward to hearing about all the legendary Alizé Leviure. Not that I'm trying to become famous or anything. That being said, next time we meet, I'll be vastly improved, so you don't be surprised when you find yourself marveling at me. Oh, Niran, pray forgive me for delaying the gathering. I was writing a letter, you see, to my parents. As busy as Father has been, tending the aftermath of the Exodus, he's been good enough to show concern for the Scions. And besides, I made them worry enough for a lifetime. Henceforth, I will endeavor to write as often as I am able. Good, because you guys worried the living hell out of me. Sorry, all 7 hells out of me. A little effort to set their minds at ease while we continue to be away from Hydaelyn. Both Alizé and I are off to assist with Garlean's recovery, you see. Though uncertainty remains over what will become of the nation, we cannot well leave the capital in its present state. We will rejoin those members of the Osabat contingent still stationed there. Lucia and Maxima helmed the relief effort, with support from our allies, the people of Garlean among them. They will gradually be joined by those who have finished treating the temper across the lands. Lest you misunderstand, we do not seek redemption for failing Lucinia and her sister. That is a burden we must always bear. Nay, we go because of the truth in Lord Quintus's words. The truth that, whatever ideals individuals may espouse, nations are not moved to action unless they stand to benefit. For the foreseeable future, the fallen empire will be at the mercy of both internal and external forces. And though I do not doubt the intentions of the contingent, with greater powers involved in the relief effort, our allies may well find themselves drawn into political agendas. In going, we seek to ensure that the needs of the people come first, to understand their hearts, that we might better help them begin anew. Hey, Garlean's my home. You best write me too. Why'd you let us? Of course, I would be glad to do so. But I would be glad still were you to come and visit. I believe I speak for Alice as well. For fairly as long as I've been in Eorzea, you've been at my side, watching over me in good times and in bad. How many times have we gathered to share tidings? None could possibly keep count. The world is changing, and we will continue to do so. Yet no matter what the future brings, I hope that I can ever look to you, in good times and in bad, as a dependable comrade and dear friend both. I'm here for you, Alphonel. Thank you, Niran, from the bottom of my heart. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I was thinking that something else would pop up for 8, because I'm only thinking of the immediate members of the Scions and not Kryl. Like a doofus. Oh, Niran, how are you feeling? Any lingering aches or pains? A couple. Can't apologize enough for sending Xenos to find you in Ultima Thule. When he came to me in Sharlayan, I was truly torn. As ever, there was only one thing on his mind. Forced to make a decision, I reasoned that if he would not be deterred from seeking you out, he might at least aid us in our cause, and so I struck a bargain. In the end, he was true to his word, and you defeated him despite your earlier exertions. But knowing the state you were found in, it could have ended very differently. My decision almost cost you your life. No words could express the remorse I feel. Hey. Kryl, it worked out. It's a relief to hear you say that. Thank you. Time again, I've been made to feel woefully inadequate. I wasn't much use in battle, nor could I face the form without my nerves getting the better of me. I fell to you and the others. I must and will do better. I shall begin with the restoration of the students of Baldesion. Through our work, Sharlayan will strengthen its ties with other nations, then we may be better prepared to face whatever threats arise in the future. Of course, this isn't something I can accomplish alone, but thankfully I have the staunchest of help with Raha, Nojika, and the other remaining members. Together we'll continue Grandfather's work. As before, certain commissions will take us to dangerous locales. We may need to call upon seasoned adventurers. Such times might you be willing to assist us, not because you feel obliged, mind you, but because you feel the allure for the task itself. You need me? I'm there for you. Marvelous. Should something of interest arise, I shan't hesitate to reach out to you. Till the day I shall endeavor to become a more dependable comrade. Ah, our champion and savior. I was beginning to think my chance for an audience would never come. It sounded more amusing in my head. Speaking of heads, I was worried about yours, and the rest of you for that matter. On the mend, I trust? Yeah. Glad to hear it. You were in a bad way in the healing magic, so no, I'm impressed how swiftly you recovered. And again, it is hardly the first time you've cheated death. Your strength of will has never failed to astonish me. Look at what you've accomplished. Meteion defeated, her Song of Oblivion cut short, the source and all her reflections delivered from the final days. If you had faltered at the last, then all hope would have been lost, but you held fast. Now Reen has a tomorrow to look forward to, and I could ask for no greater gift than that. As for a lesser gift, however, the next time you see her, I would appreciate you not describing my travel plans with Oriange as aimless wandering. We have a purpose in our roaming, after all, keeping an eye on things in the absence of the Scions on the world stage. There'll never be an end to the little problems that go unattended by nations, and we will do our best to help out where we can, where and when we can. Which, I suppose, is an approach not far removed from aimless wandering when you get down to it. Perhaps you could tell her I'm faring well and leave it at that, eh? Not to mention this feeling of being uprooted. I've never been one to stand still for long, but when I think of home, 'tis the rising stones which come to mind. How many times have we set out from this base, thence to return when our work is done? On the day the Scions came together, I only hoped for Memphilia to find a place where she belonged. But never did I expect I would find one here for myself. Indulge me, Niren. I have a question for you, and imagine Memphilia herself is asking. Are you glad you joined the Scions? It is the best decision I've ever made. Aye, I can honestly say the same. But all good things must come to an end, at least for a time. Should you need a helping hand for infiltrating or reconnaissance, you know who to ask. I'll come running and you'll likely get a certain funny-talking fortune teller in the bargain. If you have something to say, then out with it. You know, just worried how you'll earn your keep now. You told us that the Scions' disillusion was more than mere pretense. Maybe if you were calls to action, but we should be compensated as before. Why are you so concerned for me anyway? In any case, I don't want for options, even if some are far worse than others. No sooner did Embark hear about our disbandment than he offered me a position as guardsman in the Imperium District. As a former Azure Dragoon, I'm guaranteed to be popular, he said. What does he take me for? Even though I was meddling, I'm perfectly capable of finding employment, and have. Whoa. Some days ago, a harnish envoy arrived with word from Vitra. The worm requests my presence as soon as things have settled here. He didn't deign to mention why I'm needed, but it pertains to dragons, like as not. In Thavnir, like elsewhere, the phenomenon caused the final phase abated when you defeated Meteion. Though it was too late for those who had already transformed, life is beginning to return to normal for the survivors. Of those who sought refuge in Garlean, most have already returned home. Many do not have a home to return to, no loved ones. By an arrangement between Vitra and the Forum, such souls may remain in Garlean as they wish, to work and study. Vitra is always the Sartrap in truth. It's gratifying to see him become one in name as well. One that has complete confidence of his people in the envoy's tone, if it was any indication. I often find myself speaking favorably of dragons of late. Not so long ago I would have assumed his benevolence hid ulterior motives, but it's clear he cares for his people, and they in turn revere him. To know such a nation may flourish is comforting. Vitra's kin sought release from conflict, so where they were of the suffering it wrought, they surrendered to oblivion. But Midgard-Soma didn't give up. In hope, he made journey to a distant aetherial with a clutch of eggs. Through his progeny went on to become embroiled in conflict with men. At times they transcended hatred to abide in harmony. That is the legacy and the triumph. In my lance I feel the weight of the struggle and the strength of their resolve, and it lends me strength. These things I might never have learned had I not joined you. Should you ever have need of me, I will come. At the very least, there might be an opportunity to earn coin. Oh, are we saying our farewells too? I hadn't at present planned on a journey of any great length. Not that I am averse to the moment or to a quiet reminiscence. In fact, there was something I've been meaning to ask you. Something that has been in my thoughts since the last flames of the final days subsided. Ask away, Stola. During our travels, we have witnessed more than a lifetime's worth of oddities and spectacles. More than can be easily recalled or remembered. And nestled among those memories are certain facts. The history of Aetherius and the ancients, glimpses of the Ea, of their culture and philosophy. Rather than simply hoard such treasures in my mind, I wonder should I not be disseminating them in formal records for wider consumption. When needed, I have penned reports and prepared briefings, but ever have I balked at the idea of binding the subject of my studies to a book or tablet. Truth is given shape and interpretation. When we seek to capture it with our words, it is inevitably molded to fit a narrative, no matter how well intentioned the rendering. An event is described as sad, a summation which fails to express the emotional complexity. Yet the word on the page is what endures, a pale shadow of reality. Throughout history, some have deliberately embellished the truth, but I believe many, if not most, deviations are the result of similar linguistic shortcomings, piling one on top of another, until the end result is unrecognizable from its origin. Which is why I fear that writing an account in my own words would be akin to diluting fine wine with water. Froth and foam. Yet with even potential for a corrupted meaning, I do of course realize the importance of keeping written records. Without them, my search for wisdom would be a painful and fair indeed. But what say you on the matter? Should I take up the quill, reflect upon those experiences only we have shared, or seek to preserve them for posterity? You know what? Yeah. Let them be read and remembered. Very well then, I shall endeavor to pen what I can of the Ea, of the ancients, and so many other wonders. But I am no scribe. It will be less polished work and more reordering of scattered notes. In any case, I feel much better for having sought your opinion. Left to our own devices, we tend to overthink things. I will otherwise return to following where my curiosity leads. After all, a safe method of travel to the first yet eludes me. Now venture to the great expanse has prompted an entirely new set of questions. Should you stumble into the unknown or struggle with some impenetrable mystery, know that I am at your beck and call. Never heads to see things from a different perspective, and mine is rather different than most. Finally, the best boy. Hey, Graha. Oh, Niren. Might you have a moment to talk? Yeah. With the Scions stepping away from the public eye, I've been left to consider what endeavors I might pursue. After speaking with Kryl, I've decided I'll be assisting her in rebuilding the Scions of Aldessian. Not only am I indebted to Master Gala for giving me a new home, But had our order never existed, I would have never set foot within the Crystal Tower. How different my life might have been. I would have never met you, never become the caretaker of the tower, never become a Scion. You gave me the chance to do so much good, and I hope to continue to do so with the students. For an added benefit, new mysteries often find their way to our doorsteps, mysteries that could prove ideal for fulfilling our promise to embark on a new adventure together, unlike any we've ever experienced before. I did promise. Whenever you have the time and inclination, my friend, I stand ready to accompany you into the unknown. Do you recall the realm of the Omicrons when I asked if you thought I might someday be mentioned in your epic? Well, 'tis true that to earn a place at your side would be the stuff of dreams. In the end, nothing would give me greater joy than to stand with you in the here and now. It need be some grand endeavor, there need be a promise. Whenever adventure calls, I won't hesitate to invite you, and hope that you will do the same for me. Without a second thought, Graha. I'll hold you to that. As much as we have already seen, there's still much we haven't. Who knows, perhaps we'll even encounter survivors of the Omicron somewhere out there. We still have Omega. After all, given how they took to the stars, it's implausible that some of themselves are far from home. And should we encounter a wayward traveler awaiting commands that will never come? Or build them a secret adventure with someone. With that partner, find new purpose, a new dream. For if the crystal holds fast to dreams, why not Omicrons? Whatever your plans may lead, do not hesitate to send word, and should a commission of interest come my way, you will be the first to know. And last but not least, the 9th member of the Scions. Our coin keeper, Tataru. Spoken your fill, have you? If so, I'm thinking of sending everyone off. With your permission, then. Your attention, please. At risk of spoiling the mood, the time of departure is upon us. In my capacity as your receptionist, I bid you all safe journeys. Till next we meet. Be well.
I suppose we're off to Garlean then. Though we ought to speak with Lord Emmerich first. If he's received word of any recent developments, we need to know.
'Twould be prudent to purchase some warmer clothes at least. Mayhap we can pick up a few souvenirs for Euless and the others while we're at it.
Where will you all be heading next?
Dravania. There is a book I've been meaning to borrow from the Great Google Library. And I can think of at least one person who will be most displeased should I fail to visit before leaving.
We've no particular destination in mind, but we do intend to stop in Charlia before we set off.
We had thought to ask after the Loporrits. I am curious as to how well those who chose to remain are adapting to their changed circumstances.
Might we accompany you then? Raha and I were planning to return to the Baldessian Annex.
Commissions have been piling up in our absence, and they must be dealt with ere we begin our work in earnest.
Estinian, you will return to Radzat Han, will you not?
Aye. For Vritra's benefit, though I've yet to hear the details. I may not stay long.
I see. Then it is here the Scions at last part ways, each to some far-flung corner of the realm.
Perhaps. But I believe one of our number, a rather important one at that, has yet to divulge his plans.
Quite right. Indeed.
Fair point.
So, what's next for our humble adventurer?
Well, I was thinking maybe I ought to pay my parents a visit. Yet stand tall, my friend. Our journey will never end. Hey, is this also going to show the teaser for Pandemonium? Ah, cool. It does.
The constancy of this place never ceases to amaze me. An ocean of souls, shimmering and eternal. And yet, something stirs. Yes. Steeped in darkness, deep as starless night, the beast hungers. Alas, I dare not investigate in earnest before the coming of my guiding star, as he foretold. We shall descend to the depths, you and I, to confront the dread beast Pandemonium. Oh, the sights we shall see. The sights we shall see.
You completed the main scenario quest Endwalker to unlock new content. Yeah, whatever. Oh, yeah. Rest well, warrior with thirst. Your journey is not yet over. We did it. Come Friday, we're gonna give Viper a try. And it's gonna be awesome. It's gonna let it finish loading, spit me back out into the Rising Stones, or wherever it wants to spit me out. Alright. I really wish it was better weather than this, but that's it, ladies and gentlemen. See you for DawnTrail.